Всем привет, дорогие друзья, с вами Николай, начинаю проходить Stanley Parable, Ultra Deluxe, в переводе с английского притча о Стэнли, ультра роскошное издание. По самой игру смысла говорить такого нету, потому что оригинальный Stanley Parable вышел в 2013 году как модификация, как мод там, к Half-Life 2 на движке Source. И там спустя где-то 9 лет, где-то 9-10 лет вышла Ultra Deluxe версия Stanley Parable на новом движке Unity, на более лучшем, хорошем, мощном движке Unity. Также Ultra Deluxe оригинальные концовки оставили и добавили еще новые уровни с новыми концовками. Так, давайте по настройкам пройдемся. Так, какое-то говно пришло. Это у меня стрим запустился. Давайте по настройкам. Что там у нас настройки? Ой, блять. Поле зрения 72. Так, имеется ходьба одной рукой. То есть зажмите левую и правую кнопку, чтобы идти. Я отключил эту функцию. Так, WSAD ходьба, пробел прыжок, действие, цепи сесть. И видео 2К разрешение, 60 Гц, полный экран. Вертикалка отключена, сглаживаем 8-кратное. Так, и профиль качества графики высокое. Ну, движок Unity тут, в принципе, он не требовательный, поэтому все на высокое можно поставить и все. Так, что еще? Аудио 50 громкость, 50% громкость. Вот. Ну все, в принципе. Что там, как меня слышно-то? Да, проверить. Всем привет, дорогие друзья, с вами Николай, начинаю проходить Stanley Parable, Ultra Deluxe, в переводе с английского притча о Стэнли, ультра роскошное издание. По самой игру смысла говорить такого нету, потому что оригинальный Stanley Parable вышел в 2013 году. Нормально слышно, в принципе. Так. Ладно. Ну, в общем, в сюжете игры играем за офисного клерка, офисного работника Стэнли, который всю свою жизнь провел в каком-то офисе и всю свою жизнь нажимал только на всю свою работу в офисе. Он нажимал только на клавиши клавиатуры по указу босса, начальника босса всю свою жизнь. Вот. И однажды все сотрудники и даже руководство исчезло в компании. И наша задача выяснить, куда они пропали. В общем, в игре где-то 20 концовок, я не знаю. На ютубе все эти концовки за 4,5 часа проходятся. Плюс еще, тем более еще Ultra Deluxe все новые концовки добавили. Вот. Не знаю, посмотрим. Может быть, все откроем, может быть, не все откроем, я не знаю. Посмотрим, в общем. Так. Как получится.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on the keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor at his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in more. This is what employee 427 did every day, every month, of every year. And although others might have considered it so
Я там подготовлю, мы место и вынесем туда вот. Помидоры там место подготовлю и вынесем.
for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Так, вот наша игра началась. Что у нас тут? Прыгать. Получено достижение, прыгать нельзя. Получено достижение, ваше первое достижение. Ну да, прыгать в игре нельзя, поэтому разработчики так это хорошо обсмеяли в виде такого достижения, что прыгать нельзя. Вот наш компьютер. Можно понажимать. Ничего не приходит, телефон не отвечает. I hate Mondays. Я ненавижу понедельники. Ладно, выходим.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Все заперто.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Who farted? Чё за farted? Как это переводится? Какой-то farted. Ага. Нет, сюда я тоже не могу залезть. Чего, ёпта. А чего нажимает-то?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Dead. Number one dead, да? Так. Все заперто. Картины. Бегать нельзя. Ну да. Так. Как использовать помощь? Выключили. Be my Valentine. Будь моим Валентином. Кто? Who farted, have fallen. Как возможно упасть? Что-то как можно иметь падение какое-то. Но might переводится возможность иметь. Mighty. Да. Типа какая там, типа как иметь возможность упасть или иметь падение, что ли. Так. Access denied. Иди отсюда. Кстати, видите, даже время на часах работает. Время на часах работает. Кто-то кружки разбросал. Так. Давайте сначала по сюжету пойдем. И получим первую концовку. Официальную.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to the person's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Так. Кладовка.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Так. Блять.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Давайте еще закроем. Еще зайдем. Тут тоже... Да.
He was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
В этой кладовке тоже одну из концовок получить можно. В этой кладовке тоже как-то можно получить одну из концовок, если просто стоять в этой кладовке.
But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Я...
To a definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Я это вебку отключил, потому что тут ничего интересного не будет происходить. Это же не хоррор, чтобы мои эмоции наблюдать, да? Так, и что тут делать дальше?
Second player, it's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Что это было? Давайте заново зайдем.
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Так, а что дальше-то делать?
Ворон 001. Ку.
Привет, привет. Ты на меня подписался, что ли? На Твиче-то? Я так не понял. Так. Ну. И что дальше делать в этой концовке, я не понял. Ничего интересного больше не происходит. Давайте себя закроем тут. Я тут жить останусь, окей? Вы не против? Рассказчик, ты не против? Фонарика нету. Ну, что-то ничего интересного не происходит. Ха-ха, давайте заново зайдем. Ладно. Ничего интересного не происходит, я не знаю. Давайте поднимемся наверх. Так. Ванная. Ладно, давайте в кабинет. Что написано? Байч Pages. Байч Pages. Что за Байч Pages? Что это значит? Так, это кабинет секретаря там вроде находится.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845. Чао.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Так. Темнота, как в жопе у негра. Да. Темнота, как в жопе у негра. Ну ладно. Вниз так вниз.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now? when for years it had never occurred to him. This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Тупикчанский.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Тупикчанский. Так. Что это?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life, for he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Так. Что там написано?
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Давайте сначала первую концовку с этим off, с отключением машины контроля.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Получено достижение, пройдите игру. Ну, это первая, самая легкая официальная концовка. Да, это первая официальная концовка у нас была. Так, идемте дальше. Давайте на вторую концовку пойдем.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Давайте теперь вторую концовку получим.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
А я думал, что во второй концовке эта кладовка закроется, она что-то вообще не закрывается. Очень странно. Когда эта кладовка-то уже закроется? Ёптить, ёптить. Я еще зайду. Я могу закрыть. И заново войти. Вот в чем минус-то этой игры? В том, что тут слишком долго ждать надо, пока скрипт не сработает определенный. Это вот плохо, что. Давайте себя закрою. Ну ладно. Потом еще раз попробуем туда зайти, если что. Чего? Чего, блин? О! А, кстати, эта дверь вроде не открывалась. Вроде как.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Дефига гаммер. Английская локализация и рот ебал.
Так, это... так потому что это... Deluxe версия. А в Deluxe версии новый движок, и новая озвучка, там новые уровни. Все новое, и старая русская озвучка не работает под эту версию. Надо новую ждать озвучку. Привет, кстати, забыл поздороваться. У меня, кстати, лицензия.
Дефига гаммер. Здрасте.
Здрасте, да, привет. И у меня, кстати, лицензия. Институт видно, нет, достижения. Я уже три ачивки уже получил. Там еще где-то 8 штук осталось получить.
Дефига гаммер. Красава чё?
Спасибо.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Не знаю, на ютубе там за 4,5 часа вот все концовки открывают, я видел. Не знаю. Меня, наверное, не хватит на все концовки.
That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Ладно, давайте включим комплекс.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Так, во второй концовке нас убило. Мы взорвались в второй концовке. Так.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Давайте пойдемте дальше. По левому пути.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Чё там на стриме, меня кто-нибудь смотрит или нет? Там два чувака мне написали.
Feeling a wave of
Да.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Во, видите, она уже заколочена. Видите? На третьей концовке, вот на третьем прохождении кладовка уже заколочена. Видите, вот этого раньше не было. Так, ладно.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Так.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Surprise.
Вот это я понимаю. Вот это круто сделали. Вот это разработчики для того, чтобы время сэкономить игрокам. Мне кажется, на третьем прохождении уже автоматически здесь все открывается без ввода. Это круто, я не спорю, это круто.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Так, вот дальше нам смысла дальше нам проходить смысла такого нету, потому что там опять только один выбор только будет по взрыву. Ну, по отключению машины, либо и включению, и все. Тут как-то можно залезть на стол, и можно как-то сигануть в пропасть. Сколько я помню. Вот так вот. Куда мы упали?
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So, here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Так, это третья была концовка. Да. Просто да, в оригинальной игре 2013 года спуск, ну то есть прыжок на нижний уровень, это был баг, и тогда после ничего не происходило. А в Deluxe версии разработчики решили обыграть этот баг с новой концовкой. Так. Все забросано. Так. Время-то что, работает, идет. Так. Так, ладно. Давайте теперь... Что у нас еще осталось там?
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Так, смотрите, в кабинете босса мы спустились вниз, А, да, точно. Ладно, тогда давайте...
Coming
Ладно.
to the staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Там же, видите, у нас это... Да.
Here's the door, just go.
Спасибо. Рассказчик, спасибо. Большое. Так, у нас тут это... У нас там, помните, табличка была с надписью Escape.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Угу. Да, в эти Escape, типа побег. Тут у нас новая концовка будет.
Word Escape written on it. The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Ну ладно, я пошутил.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
Шутка, я передумал. Пошли заново.
Still on board with death?
Нет, я передумал. Ну ладно, давайте пойдем. Что, блять? А чё я застрял? Что-то как-то странно. Шо застрял? Может быть там...
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Ну далеко идти слишком, чувак. Ну ты чё, прикалываешься что ли?
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Да. Поиграем. Куда-то прыгнули, не знаю, куда прыгнули.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer
Вот.
to his demise,
Да, вот.
that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Так. Ну типа нас раздавило. Ну мы куда-то провалились, непонятно куда.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Так, сейчас у нас должен быть музей разработки этой игры.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Давайте осмотрим весь музей, которого есть в этой игре. Картины природы. Ну, картины мы уже видели. Компьютер Стэнли. План офиса. Чертеж показывает схему офиса в начале игры. Дорога от кабинета Стэнли до двух дверей была сделана самой первой. Затем по ходу разработки разные части офиса добавлялись и изменялись. Но базовая схема осталась почти без изменений. Так. Коридор. Мы пытались подобрать правильный ритм для начала игры, поэтому перемещали и изменяли коридор. В чтобы игрок доходил до 2 дверей за нужное время. Две открытые двери были первым и основным элементом игры. Вся остальная игра во многом выросла вокруг этой комнаты. Стала следить выбор, который она отдавала. Так. Офисы. Звук кнопок. Такие звуки издают кнопки, которые вы нажимаете в игре. Ага. Так. Шкафчики с бумагами. Офисные. О! Это же косынка. И это же косынка была, да? Или пасьянс. Я не разбираюсь в этом. То ли пасьянс, то ли косылка. Че это было такое, я так не понял. Так, по мотивам работы команды Stanley Parable 2013 года. Авторы, вот сценарий, дизайн Уильям Пю или Пё. Дэви Вреден. Разработка Краус. Вот это вот компания-разработчик Краус. Они как раз вот этот вот ремастер выпустили. Это ремастер Deluxe Edition. Это как раз Краус команда выпустила. Кевин Брайтинг, роль рассказчика. Музыка, дизайны. Так, давайте налево. Офисы. Служебная комната. Что-то я эту комнату даже и не помню пока что. Ранняя версия служебной комнаты. Ну ладно. Объявление о версии Ultra Deluxe. В декабре 2018 года мы анонсировали версию Ultra Deluxe на выставке Game Awards. Это скриншоты из видео, которые мы сделали по случаю анонса последующих задержек. Ну ладно. Какое-то поле битвы. На ранней стадии разработки мы сделали концовку, в которой Стэнли сражался с пришельцами. Игра обретала разум и начинала сражаться с рассказчиком. Но мы довольно быстро поняли, что эта концовка слишком фарсовая. Выбивается из общей атмосферы игры. К тому же некоторые посчитали, что мы издеваемся над любителями шутеров, а мы этого не хотели. Угу. Alien Base. Ладно. Что это за комната? Письма рассказчику. Выкатив второй трейлер, мы попросили игроков отправлять рассказчику их вопросы. Мы хотели использовать их для продвижения, но так и не придумали, как именно. Вот некоторые из этих писем. Капибарс. Что за капибарсы? Пиксель Сид, дорогой рассказчик, как ты остался в форме? Майкл, с уважением, Майкл Рок Мартин. Гей, are you gay? Наверное, русский это писал сообщение. Гей, блин, гей. Дорогой рассказчик, красивая игра разработки, ранняя версия Стэнли. JRPG. Дак. Какая-то утка. Комен. Ну ладно, там много этих сообщений, я не хочу их все читать. Комната отдыха, это ранняя версия. таймер в квартире. В прошлой версии концовки в квартире таймер давал 15 секунд, чтобы взять трубку. Если игрок не брал за эту трубку, то получал другую концовку. Это я знаю, грузовой лифт. Грузовой лифт всегда давал игроку выбор, остаться на нем, либо спрыгнуть на другую дорожку. Но по ходу разработки мы дали игроку возможность разбиться. Грузовой лифт. Вторая версия не отличается от той, что вошла в финальную версию. По-моему, мы хотели добавить ощущение, что тут и правда хранятся грузы. Так. Не понял, это что за дичь? Модель дзен концовки. Дзен концовка претерпела немало изменений. В этой комнате представлена 4-я версия концовки, и мы думали, что закончили с ней, но задолго до релиза решили частично вырезать, а частично изменить. Рычаги дзен концовки. Какого они были цвета? Дзен концовка. На скриншоте представлена ранняя версия так называемой дзен концовки, которую в итоге порезали и объединили с другой частью игры. У нас долгое время была концовка, которую можно было получить, перезапустив игру из меню паузы. К сожалению, очень мало игроков понимали, что надо было сделать, и это всех расстраивало. Так. Выход. Чего? Стол, обратный отчет. Ранний вид концовки с отчетом. Концовка свобода. Это мы знаем. Комната, обратный отчет. Ну ладно. Лифт в комнате с мониторами. Какое-то время лифт в комнате с монитором мог двигаться вверх или вниз. Мы решили объединить концовки, когда выяснилось, что игрокам слишком трудно запомнить, что вверху, что снизу. Так, тут что? Набросок игрового дизайна. Этот уровень, который Уильям, дизайнер уровня, отправил Дэйву, сценаристу, так, тестовое задание. Уровень был такой крутой, что Уильям на ней работает над всей игрой. Многие элементы окружения изменились, но базовый принцип из этого наброска применяется до сих пор. Так. Тут мы были. Кабинет Стэнли. Третий. Ну, короче, понятно. Так, где мы еще не были? Я уже что-то... Я потерялся. Где тут мы были? Там мы были. Тут мы были. Видите, какой музей-то огроменный в этой игре. Так, оттуда мы с вами пришли. Офисные часы все еще работают. Кабинет начальника, разные версии. Так, тут что у нас? Дубли рассказчика. Кевин Брайтинг, озвучивший рассказчика, примерно трижды записал реплики для серии игры. За 2 года разработали отрывки из ранних дублей, которые не вошли в финальную версию. Ну, короче, ладно. Ладно, хорошо. Комната отдыха. Подземная часть. Да. Хорошо. Концовка свободы. Это альфа-версия. Так, на вроде мы все осмотрели, нет? Тут у нас выход находится. Там мы были. Вот в лифт нельзя зайти. Так, вот тут мы... Вот тут я не помню. Тут мы все осмотрели или нет. А, вот еще. Какая-то комната. Трейлеры. Мы выпустили 4 больших трейлера по ходу разработки. Каждый из них расскажет что-то о духе игры. Это первый трейлер, 2012 год, комната, поломанная комната, голос рассказчика. Что он чинит новую версию Stanley Parable. Год-то какой? 2012. Так, ладно. Ну ладно, короче, все это интересно очень. Так, вот где мы... А, вот еще комната. Схема служебных помещений. Очень важно было правильно сделать коридор за первыми 2 дверьми, ведь игроки должны были столько по ним ходить. Мы обсуждали несколько вариантов дизайна, выбрали самый простой. Вот так, to one options vent. Переговорные, ну ладно. По телефону нельзя поговорить. Короче, пошли на выход, все. Я тут вроде все комнаты уже осмотрел. Тут больше ничего. Стой. Ты вообще падла. Пошли на выход.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Выключить, что ли? Я просто не помню.
Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
Как?
Escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
Это типа 4-я, что ли, концовка была? Ну, типа это 4-я концовка была у нас. Так, да. Так. Можно...
Stanley simply couldn't
Да.
handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Это очередная концовка была. Если остаться в офисе на слишком долго.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Тут еще где-то в самом начале можно забраться на окно. И тоже можно сигануть. Где-то я тут читал. Не помню, где-то я читал. Что такая фича имеется. Я не могу это сделать. Ну где-то я же читал, где-то можно забраться вот здесь вот. Где-то можно сигануть прямо в окно. Я не могу это сделать. Вот он. Ну, давай. Вот он, да. А как дальше-то? А как дальше-то? Ну вот я забрался. А как дальше-то? Вот, да. Вот так вот.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Надоел прикол. Нет, не надоел.
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Там вроде в этой комнате больше ничего и не произойдет. Вроде в этой комнате ничего больше такого интересного не должно произойти. Что это за палка? Что это за... это окно. Вот мы как раз то окно, с которого мы с вами выпали. Вот то окно. И мы как раз тут оказались. Нажимаем, да. Чё? Чё? Я же нажал. Чё? Я же нажал. Я же нажал, да. Да, мне надоёт прикол. Да. Печальная история. Давайте заново начнем.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Так, что там у нас это-то? Где мы были, где мы не были? Да, давайте теперь это. Также поднимемся в кабинет начальника. Но только попробуем. Только... Или я не знаю. Посмотрим, короче. Давайте теперь спустимся вниз по лестнице. Посмотрим. Попробуем спуститься вниз по лестнице. Давайте вниз спустимся. Спустимся вниз. Тут что за говно валяется?
Considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he thought everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange, it can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of the world outside this room. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Так, эту консольку мы сами открыли. Так, что у нас там еще осталось-то?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Давайте теперь поднимемся в кабинет директора. Там у нас еще есть кабинет секретарши. И есть ванная. Мы туда еще не заходили.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Давайте вот сюда вот зайдем с вами. Что? Чтобы быть богатым, это преступление. Чтобы совершить преступление, это ведь разве не богатство? Что за жизнь могла бы быть, чтобы иметь поднять просто одного? Не понял, блять. Экстремальные унитазы. Ванна. Что за унитазы экстремальные? Из окна нельзя выпрыгнуть тут никак, что ли? Не понял. Чего? Она сама, что ли, закрылась? Закрыто. Листовка. Че это, блин? Че это? Че это такое было? Че это такое было? Бизнес. А че это такое было? А чё? Чё с глазами-то у Стэнли происходит? Давайте сюда зайдем. Тут какой-то лифт. Панда. Бизнес-стратегия. А чё, работает лифт, не работает? Поехали. Ну, лифт работает, кстати говоря. Поехали. И куда мы сейчас приедем? Я просто эту консольку вообще не помню. Да, в этом лифте 5 лет надо ехать. Но мы скоро переедем или нет? Я устал уже ехать. Эй, и чё? А почему мы обратно переехали? Поехали наверх. Какой-то бред. А чё за лифт такой? Лифт какой-то трахнутый. Какой-то трахнутый лифт. Я не знаю. Да кому откуда начали, откуда начали, здесь и закончили. Чё за бред? Что за бред? Чё за лифт? Лифт какой-то конченый. Лифт конченый. Ты об этом... Блин, выйти-то нельзя. Лифт конченый. Ты об этом знал, нет? Лифт какой-то конченый. Давайте за собой закроем. Я не знаю, в этой комнате я не знаю.
Here's the door, just go.
Да. Давайте откроем это. Что-то там откроем, не знаю. Блин. Откроем прохождение с концовками. Блин, мазафака. Где-то была концовка с капсулой. Я не знаю, где эту капсулу искать. Это я открыл освобождение. Да. Обратно что-то я тоже был. Это была. Подсобка была. Музейная концовка вроде тоже была. Вот, спасательная капсула. Так. А, вот, видите. Пройдите через дверь слева. Кабинет босса. И становитесь. Так, кабинет босса. У двери. А чё, она уже закрылась, что ли? Ты мазафака. Давайте заново запустим.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Тут просто без подсказок, без видеопрохождения, тут ты никак не сможешь все это сделать. А что за дверь? А что за коридор? А что за коридор? Тут коридоры почему-то... Тут почему-то коридоры новые появились какие-то. Раньше это не было. Раньше этого не было.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Так.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his...
Надо просто войти в дверь кабинета начальника. Или как? Я так не понял. Видите? Войдите в кабинет. Войдите в кабинет. Так. у двери. Сразу же покиньте его. Вернуться в кабинет Стэнли. Так что ли? Так что или как? Видите, она закрылась. Видите, она закрылась. Это открыто. И чё? И чё?
Here's the door.
Ага, теперь она открылась. Теперь она открылась. Да, теперь все правильно. Теперь, видите, тут все двери открылись, которые раньше были заперты. Так, мне кабинет надо найти, там, 428, что ли? Или там какой, я так и не понял. $420, какой там кабинет-то был? 320 какой? 428. Он где-то тут должен быть. Где он? Где кабинет-то? А, вот он, да, вот он. Вот он. Он у нас автоматически открылся. Так, вот сюда. You are now leaving. Ты прямо сейчас покидаешь. Так, лифт не работает. Все заперто. О, 760 этаж. Блин, такая темнота. Такая темнота темнющая, жопа прям полная. Придется пешком все подниматься. Ну, на самом деле, без подсказок, без текстовых прохождений, без руководства, ну, нормальный игрок, нормальный человек это никак не сможет узнать об этой концовке, вот никак не сможет об этом узнать. Вот никак просто. Поэтому приходится использовать руководство, чтобы проходить игру. Только самим разработчикам это известно. Это фича. Вот. Капсула для побега. Побег. И чё? Эй. Чё, куда идти? А где капсула-то? Всё, что ли-то?
All of his co-workers were gone.
А где капсула-то была? Я так не понял.
Decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
А где капсула-то была? Короче, мы там капсулу в конце коридора по ходу дела нашли, типа улетели, что я не понял. Я так и не понял. Так, запутанная концовка. Давайте запутанную концовку. Так, смотри, в левой части, в левой двери мы там все вроде проверили. Давайте теперь на правую дверь пойдем. Теперь пойдемте в правую дверь. В левой мы вроде все закончили. Давайте правую дверь.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Давайте правую дверь.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Давайте правую дверь.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Так, дальше что тут надо делать?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Так. Ладно.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Переговорный.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
А ну да, переговорные.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Сюда, что ли?
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Не понял. Ага, сюда вот.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Well, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley, let's find the story.
Че это было такое? Мне показалось, там тут он, тут или там тут кто-то был. Ха, я что-то нашел. Нет, я что-то нашел. А, нет, не нашел.
I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Вообще капец.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Да, теперь у нас дверей нету.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Так, теперь надо обратно, надо идти в офис Стэнли.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart. All right,
Так,
I've got a
вот.
solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Попробуем, значит, просто по линии сначала пройтись, да?
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Nope, here's the thing. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
Чё за папоротник? А вот папоротник.
This fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Ну хорошо. Пошли дальше.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Restart, bitch. Давайте теперь...
Stanley, I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it. We should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is?
Первый перезапуск.
And we're supposed to restart the game eight times?
Третий перезапуск, второй перезапуск,
Really, how
третий перезапуск, четвертый перезапуск,
determined?
пятый перезапуск,
So now, according to the
шестой
script, I
перезапуск,
start again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget?
седьмой перезапуск, восьмой
Simply because
перезапуск.
it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, you consulted me. Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Че это было такое? Какой-то гудок прозвенел. Че за гудок?
Blew outside and
Не
perhaps
понял.
rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Какая улица? Че за улица? Ну вот, оказывается, и дверь с новым контентом появилась. Но мы туда потом зайдем, новый контент.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Давайте вправо.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes. This room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Так, туда мы вниз спускались, там ничего интересного. Там у нас переговорные, давайте сюда вот.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Тут ключ-карта какая-то нужна. Так, платформа. Пенальти, мюзюка, гулет. Давайте доедем до конца платформы.
Investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Да ну нафиг.
But you're in my story now.
Ты козел. Ну ты и козел, рассказчик.
Sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Доброе утро, сотрудник 427. Нажмите G на своем клавиатуре.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
О, блять, о.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
К.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it happened to him.
Эх.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Оля. Оля.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried...
А, я же нажал на W. Я же там на W нажимал, помнишь? Ну...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Так, в переговорную нам смысла заходить нету.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
Так, теперь попробуем
to stop by the employee.
на телефонный звонок не отвечать.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back
И
to business,
получим такую
Stanley took the
концовку.
first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Откройся. А подожди, а об этом ничего не было сказано? Ха-ха-ха. Что за прикол? Не понял. А, вот. Вернитесь в офис. Так. Снова идите, дверь справа. Чего? Я вообще ничего не понял.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Давайте попробуем назад вернуться.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending. The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Тут написано справа. Я не знаю. Давайте направо заново зайдем.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Давайте еще раз справа. Ничего нового.
After everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm still here in this pile of rubbish, with you who said you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Давайте в левый.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Так.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
А как произнести? Пожалуйста, скажите ясно, приемник.
Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Степ-бай-степ. Степ-бай-степ. Давай, ёпта.
Fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... Stanley came to a set of two open doors. He entered the door on his left.
И как это мы оказались? Как это мы оказались над Стэнли? Конец. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you could ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay. You need time to decide. I want to make sure your choice is correct. It's okay. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Так, игра перезапустилась, да. Это очередная концовка была.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Ты про чё? И тут в косынку играет. Да, теперь давайте опять
When Stanley came to a set of two,
на правую.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Так, влево нам нет смысла возвращаться.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
Давайте спрыгнем.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Так, это тоже очередная концовка была. Что за бумажки?
outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Везде бумаги какие-то разбросаны. Чё за дичь? Чё за дичь?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. Giddy in a way, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Так, дальше надо спрыгнуть на эту платформу.
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stan. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Что тут делать? Все заперто. Все заперто.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Так, надо теперь, я не помню, либо в красную, либо в синюю дверь. Я что-то теперь даже не помню, какую именно. Так, вот. Трижды войдите в синюю дверь.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I'd written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Чё за оценки?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Фидбэк. Ну давайте, да, 5 баллов.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park. Let's take a look.
Так, и чё? А вот, дверь открылась.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Таблица лидеров. Да, вроде нет.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Firewatch, что ли?
Fascinating. What do you think this game is?
Это же Firewatch.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Это же ведь Firewatch 2015 или 2014 года. Я уже не помню, когда Firewatch вышел. То ли 2015 год, то ли 2014 год, я уже не помню. Но игра крутая. Вот Firewatch я проходил. Игра крутая, да. Ладно, надо спуститься вниз. Firewatch я давным-давно проходил. Когда она только вышла, я сразу ее прошел. Firewatch, кстати, тоже на Unity была сделана.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Rocket League. Это же ведь Rocket League.
Exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Это же ведь Rocket League.
Okay,
У меня она в Steam есть.
let's see.
А я ее в Steam покупал давно.
But obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls! Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what... Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come.
Это мы все где оказались? И куда нам идти? Ни хрена не едать, куда идти. А, вот. Какой-то нищий коридор. Какой-то нищий коридор. Так. Тут дверь какая-то. А, вот, все, вижу. Чего? Какие-то компьютеры. Чего? И что? И что? Ну, я что-то нашел. Может, тут что, нельзя никак пройти? И что? Блин, спортик. Я потерялся. Я что-то нашел, не знаю, что нашел.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait. Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Давайте заново. В ту же правую дверь, но только капец имени уже.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Really?
Сюда.
In the middle of something, do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Давайте в красную дверь.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
Чего? Сюда что ли идти?
If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Так, ну тут написано, что здесь делать больше нечего. Можно отсюда уходить. С этой комнаты можно уходить. Да. Вернуться обратно. Да. Вернуться обратно. Поход в комнату с лестницей. Ну ладно, уходим отсюда. Не понял, подождите. Чё, как это сделать? Вернитесь обратно и найдите проход в комнату с лестницей. Ага. Комнату с... А, вот она, с лестницей-то.
from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
А я тут не могу никак с нее спрыгнуть.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
А, понятно.
Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Еще раз.
Thank God. No. No, no. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Надо 4 раза сюда сигануть.
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
И 4-й раз.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Так, теперь у нас еще какая-то концовка есть. Какая-то райская концовка.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Так, первый перезапустить игру. Давайте перезапустим его. Найдите компьютер под номером 419.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Компьютер 419. Где это 419? Вот 419. Вот ожидание ввода. Все, типа ввел. А, все. Дальше перезапустите игру. Так, теперь компьютер 423. Где он? Вот, второй. Второй. Так, перезапустите игру. Самое главное, в меню не выходить, иначе весь прогресс собьется. Так, кабинет секретаря. Кабинет секретаря.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Вот. Перезапустите игру. 434. Вот. Перезапустите игру. И компьютер Стэнли последний. Вот он. Добро пожаловать в рай, Стэнли. Ну, тут, короче, делать нечего. В этой комнате, короче, надо начать новую игру. Ну, игру заново начать. Да, и все. Ага, нет, кстати, там все еще готово.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
Там еще есть концовка сущность божественного искусства. Вон тут написано, надо в течение 2 часов нажимать на кнопку. И чего мне 4 часа на кнопку, что ли? 4 часа реального времени, что ли, мне потратить на эту концовку, что ли, потратить? Вы что, издеваетесь, ёпта? Может быть, 4 часа это игровых, а не реального? Я не знаю. Я просто не знаю.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly.
Давайте, конечно, попробуем.
He wanted to stop by the
Если
first, just to
придется 4 часа реально времени потратить на эту концовку. Да ну нафиг тогда. Мне это счастье, блядь.
first open door on his left.
Нафиг тогда мне такое счастье. Чтобы 4 часа тратить
Stanley was
реального времени на это.
It's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building the sections on that, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Ладно.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours?
Я не буду 4 часа реально времени вот в этой играть. Вы чё, прикалываетесь? Вы прикольнулись, что ли? Вы что, прикалываетесь? Ничего, целых 4 часа нажимать на одну ту же кнопку, целых 4 часа реального времени. Вы что, издеваетесь, прикалываетесь? Что за приколы? Да ну нафиг, я не буду это делать. Да ну это бред какой-то, ёпта, это просто какой-то бред. Ладно, блин, открывай дверь. Пошли, короче, за новым контентом теперь. Новый контент. Давайте новый контент проверим.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
И чё?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. say initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Новый контент. Зацикленный прыжок. Прыгнуть. Блин. Прыжки кончились.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Так, теперь надо покинуть комнату и какую-то вентиляцию. Ага, и чё, где это мы оказались? Чё за дичь это мы где оказались? Тут какую-то... А, вот, вентиляция.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Куда мы провалились? Куда мы провалились? Хую залупу.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
И чё? Ага, сюда.
I call it the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Стэнли, это, короче, тут арты за 2013 год и все связано с 2013 годом, когда Stanley Parable был выпущен на рынок. Тут всякие награды. Это Бафта была, скорее всего, да, это Бафта 2014 года. Независимый фестиваль игр 2014 год. Collector's Edition Stanley Parable. Какие-то скриншоты из игры. Демонстрация Stanley Parable. Дискеты, диски, саундтреки. Доллар какой-то. Какие ачивка. Не играть 5 лет. Неполучаемая какая-то ачивка. Номинации ты на Бафту. Новости какие-то. Да.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Скриншоты. Чё за Майнкрафт какой-то? Какой-то Майнкрафт, чё за дичь? Личность года. Стэнли с размытым лицом. Стэнли с размытым течевом. Это чё за подвал? Какой-то подвал. Да, господи, иди ты уже куда-нибудь. Только не стой. Скриншоты. Какие-то бумажки.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Давайте стимовские эти отзывы почитаем. Самое главное, это все положительные отзывы замылены, заблюрены, а все отрицательные отзывы хорошо четкие, четко видны.
While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I also did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here.
Где дверь, здесь ничего нету.
Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave?
Я не могу это сделать, мне не получается.
I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking. But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time. But if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is...
О, заработала кнопка наша. Че это пикает такое? Что-то пикает. Что-то пикает. Где-то что-то пикает.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course...
По ходу дела я в этой комнате навеки вечные застрял. По ходу дела, блин. Бесконечная комната. Ёпта. Она не кончается. Чего? Какая-то бесконечная комната. Нихера себе. О. Еще чуть-чуть осталось порождаться. Здесь комната будет разрушена. Еще чуть-чуть. И путь откроется отсюда. Да, мазафака. Чё? Где кнопка? Что-то как-то это... Как-то жутко. Там кто-то воет на заднем фоне. А вот и выход. А вот и выход отсюда. Да. И чё, сколько еще идти? Понятно. Да, все. Так. Это следующая концовка. Давайте. Да, конечно, Стэнли. Те же еще-то. Новый контент. Так. При помощи лифта.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Поехали наверх.
Whoops, nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
А как обратно-то? Эй, как обратно-то мне? А как обратно-то мне уехать на лифте? Я обратно на лифте не могу уехать.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Чё, обратно, что ли? Ну, теперь обратно можно.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me. Oh my God, it's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Значит, заново идем в лифт.
Of course, going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive. You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Все глаза на Стэнли. В прямом эфире на сцене.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Давайте следующую концовку откроем.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Подождите, нижний уровень, я там был. Так вот, после прохождения зоны памяти. Так, давайте новый контент посетим.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Давайте.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Новые особенности. Ну, возможности, а не особенности. Возможности. Так, попробуйте новые возможности. Что за листовки? That's new name. Кнопка, говорящая твое имя в игре.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Вот. Кнопка, говорящая твое имя. Попробуй здесь.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
Ooh. It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Так. Давайте следующую возможность посмотрим.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Так. Это что такое?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Эпилог. Бесплатный, дешевый. Ачивка. Видео. Чемпион мира по настройкам. А, там же ведь настройки есть. Да. Тут ведь можно получить. Так, да. А чё мне? Эй! А чё мне ачивку-то не дают? Я же уже передергал. Дай ты мне ачивку. А, вот тут еще ты. О, блядь. Эспаньоль. Метки объектов. Блять, и чё мне? А мне ачивку-то и не дали. А почему мне ачивку-то не дали? А вот все изменил. Мне что-то не хотят дать ачивку. Хотя я все настройки изменил. Все настройки передергал. Ну что за пиздец?
Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Собирательные. Тут еще эти фигурки еще собирать можно у Стэнли. Их надо находить и собирать. Я не знаю, где их собирать, в каком месте. Это что за дичь?
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Так, первую мы собрали из 6. Первую мы собрали 6.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Бесплатная ачивка, да? Давайте заберем.
You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Оно не фуричит. Оно сломано. Оно есть, а оно сломано. Пацаны, ёпта. Пацаны, ёпта, оно сломано.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Да я фиг его знает, что мы там не видели. Надо посмотреть. Так, там мы были. Там мы были. Где мы еще не были? Давайте сюда, вот тут еще.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Блин.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Мерч. О, мерчи. Тут еще и мерчи есть. Они пока что закрыты. Вот, кстати, эта локация с видовом открылась. Она раньше была закрыта. Так, имя я помню. Эпилог там закрыт был. Где-то локация с видовом-то у нас тут. Так, где-то там у нас еще локация была. Подожди, а тут что за локация? Выход. Это что за локация?
Oh goodness, Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the bucket exhibit. You see, there's a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the bucket. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the bucket, okay? All right, I'll get out of your hair now.
Так, вот туда мы еще вниз не ходили. Давайте туда пока что не сходим, посмотрим, что там есть. Тайм-дев. Тут яма какая-то, что ли, находится. Портал какой-то. Че это?
Here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Так вот. Так, это у нас какая-то бесконечная яма.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Нужно долететь до конца.
Now, I don't mean to be
Ну и это упасть до конца.
when you use the teleport button to
Нужно до конца упасть.
maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Нужно до конца, короче, падать.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Снова прыгаем.
You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole. I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow, okay, yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
И что? Дальше-то что делать, прикажете? Я не могу нажать.
Is the teleport button not working? You sure?
Да, уверен, ёпта.
I
Уверен.
really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Ты дебил. Не работает.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I could do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of it.
Я тут навеки вечный, тут останусь в этой дыре. Чё за звуки, блять? Чё за звуки, ёпта? А как? Во-во, куда она опускается-то? Смени перспективу. Чё за перспектива еще? Чё она обозначает? Восприятие.
My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's strong.
Stanley? 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 Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into sleep. But we can't let that stand, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle.
Чё он меня так не выпустит из этой ямы, что ли, блядь? Чё за бред-то? Наконец-то выпустил. А то я думаю, я тут навеки вечные тут останусь.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
Так, у нас еще осталась локация с этим ведром. Надо ведро еще опробовать.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable too.
Ну, теперь можно уходить из этой локации полностью на выход.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Так. Так я не могу найти выход отсюда. Где выход находится? Где этот выход находится? Выход, выход, выход. Где выход? Я чуть-чуть тупой. Не понимаю, где выход. No screenshots. Где-то тут находится, да? Да. Бляха-муха. Вот выход.
Ой, да поры тепло здесь. Слава богу. О, 27 градусов даже.
Так. Теперь выход должен быть, да, вот выход теперь открыт. Че это? Чья-то сумка. Коушка.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Stanley Parable 2. Еще и анимированная заставка появилась. Ну, вообще жесть. Так.
Я же ела. Ела, и до этого ела нормально. Я вот Валерина не люблю, а сахарно. Ну, сахарно, но мака. Сахарно, не с ванилином. Я не люблю с ванилином.
Так, новая игра, и чё?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
А то же самое,
Stanley worked
да.
for a company in a big
Видите, изменилось.
employee number 427.
То есть началась новая игра, но с
He sat at his desk in room 427.
с фишками из
Came to him through a
второй части.
desk, telling him what
С шариками, с функцией пропустить. И, скорее всего, с видом.
employee 427 did
Employee.
every day, every month of every.
Хотя можно пропустить. Видите, это тоже сохранилось. Видите, шарики появились. Типа такой фичи. А где ведро-то? Мое ведро где-то должно быть. Тут где-то мое ведро должно быть. Где оно?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
А где мое ведро-то? А вот и ведро появилось. Забираем ведро.
He picked up the bucket.
Вот теперь с ведром можно будет походить. Да, вот тут раньше новый контент был. Тут раньше новый контент был, но теперь исчез. Зато у нас, так как мы его прошли, у нас все новые фичи применились в оригинальной игре. И теперь у нас ведро появилось.
Clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
Нет, давайте правую дверь.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
А, кстати. Тут еще где-то 6... Тут еще где-то это... Тут еще где-то 6 этих фигурок можно получить. Так где их искать, непонятно. Ну, выставку я получил. Большая комната, много ящиков. Ха-ха, это где вообще? Шкаф. А, по ящикам. Понятно. Так, ну ладно, ничего нового не появляется.
Finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Бляха.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley Parable. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Так. Тут у нас вентиляция появилась. Давайте вентиляцию попробуем попасть. Ведро у нас с собой, да. Какие-то записи, аудиокассеты, проигрыватель. Что это значит?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. Sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Так, это очередная концовка была. Так. Ладно. Пойдемте. О. Figurine Finders Committee. Сегодня встреча переговорной.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Пойдемте за третьей фигуркой. Этого раньше ж не было.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ведерко. Так вот, лестница где-то под лестницей. Так.
Can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Confused, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. Name calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take our hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Мне наклейку рассказчик дал частность Стэнли.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, oh, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Ну ладно, идем отсюда.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Вот третья фигурка.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Так. А обратно я могу, нет? Подняться. Да, могу. Так. Ага, вот.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlets. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Почему вот этот лифт сделали, а этот лифт ни о чем? Этот лифт никуда не едет. Поехали. Беспонтовый лифт, ёпта. Беспонтовый лифт.
Into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Так, где-то вот тут эта фигурка должна быть. А вот фигурка.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Так.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
А, блин, надо сюда идти. То у меня уже склероз, ёпта.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Так. Так.
Here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Так.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Как там получить-то концовку-то эту? Я уже не помню. С этим-то. Вроде это говно не загружается. Так, давайте получим еще концовку с этим. Или с тестом получить. Давайте ладно. Попробуем получить концовку с этим. Со спасательной капсулой. Попробуем получить со спасательной капсулой. Может получится.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Давай, Дамазов. Да. Так, там у нас, да, это... Кабинет должен открыться 437 вроде как. Посмотрим, в общем. Вот, да. Дверь открылась. Сюда вот. У нас же ведь с собой ведро есть. Мы вроде как ведро сможем эвакуировать. А себя нет. Типа того. Типа того, короче. Типа того. Мне просто лень тут все эти концовки перепроходить с этим ведром. Просто лень как-то. Я тут 2 часа тратить на это. Мне просто лень. Вот escape. Ага, а вот и капсула появилась. Сейчас мы видео должны эвакуировать. Видео ты спасешься, мы погибнем. Так, да, это новая концовка была с видором.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
А где видоро-то? Где наши видоро-то? Мы его эвакуировали, что ли? А где наши видоро-то? А, тут видоро было наше, куда оно исчезло? Мы его эвакуировали, так и чё?
When Stanley came to a set of two open
Чё оно исчезло?
and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Я чё,
Wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
я чё, видео эвакуировал, что ли?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley
Я думал, что видео появится. Оно не появилось. Чё за приколы?
Stanley was so bad at following directions.
Эй.
It's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Отдайте мое видео, вы чё? Прикалываетесь, что ли? Чё за приколы, блять? Да, чё за приколы, ёпта?
Perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been
Почему видео-то исчезло? Оно не должно было исчезнуть.
someone you've been
Странно.
someone. Really? I was in the middle of something.
Почему это ссаное видео исчезло?
Convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why? I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Вот и фигурка.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Так.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Так, новую игру начать. Начать сиквел на паузе. Давайте заново. Так, надо попытаться выйти из своего кабинета. И чё? А я же собрался. Какого хуя, блять? А чё я не понял? А чё я не понял, блядь?
Stanley, I'm
А, во, понял.
to put a pause on
Теперь понял.
It's those figurines, those figures. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines just one more time.
Сейчас вспоминаем, когда Стэнли нашел, ну, коллекционные предметы, типа того, что ли. Зона памяти. Так. Сюда, что ли? Сюда, да.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 штук. Из 6, чё за дичь? Чё за дичь?
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory. I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more. because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Чего, ёпта? Назад, что ли, идти? Че я там за-то забыл?
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink one, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Да. Тут тупик.
This was our second figly. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Тихо, тихо. Самое главное не упасть.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Вот и выход. Вот и выход.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. The Times asked for a rosy filter and everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories.
Ладно, идем дальше.
Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling this story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Так, ну хорошо. А то мы концовку открыли. Со забором фигурок.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Пирог. Ведро появилось наконец-то. А вот, да, replacement bucket. Хоть ведро вернулось. Вот теперь можно будет попробовать пройти ту концовку, где синяя дверь была.
Turned out to be correct was no, never mind, the bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket? Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything. We'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Так, ну эту концовку мы тоже открыли.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never
Оля,
stopped. Surely I
а
was
ты
mistaken.
ничего не кушаешь?
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Так, ну давайте тогда еще, я не знаю, одну или две концовки откроем.
Clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Давайте попробуем взорвать комплекс.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Reboot на game entirely. Перезапуск игры. Полный перезапуск игры, что ли? Ну, целый перезапуск игры или полный там перезапуск игры. Что тут, что интересного?
Must move on from this broom closet simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Ну, кончились, так кончились, что ж поделать-то?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this relic, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Давайте еще парочку концовок откроем с ведром с этим, и все, будем заканчивать.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything was fine.
Жалко, вот эти вот моменты нельзя пропускать до ключевых локаций. Все это пересматривать так слишком долго как-то. Не знаю. Как все слишком долго.
His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Я думал, они взорвутся вместе с ведром. Это они видео смотрели с птицами.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone.
Давайте теперь другую концовку откроем.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Да, давайте эту концовку Escape
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
откроем.
mind control facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Посмотрим, что тут у нас изменится.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Видео приглашает вас на большую выставку. Вы подошли к порогу настоящего знания. Как и само видео, человеческий разум зачастую лишь пустой сосуд. Но с помощью таких средств, как эта выставка, разум наполняется смыслом и познанием. Знание о видео и его истории единственная непреложная истина переменчивого мира. Возьмете ли вы с собой внешний мир, то, что знаете здесь? Откроете ли вы разум тому, что может показаться сложным или даже невыносимым? Поменяете ли вы свою жизнь и жизнь своих близких после этой выставки? Или отвернетесь и будете жить как прежде, в невежестве и в темноте?
See how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 ведер. Фото 25 ведер сразу. Большое количество не удалось не снять никому. Фотограф на несколько недель буквально потерял дар речи. Настолько велика была его радость от снимка с таким количеством ведер. Надо как-то скриншот сделать. Я не понял, на какую клавишу. F12. Да, блядь. Или F3. Какую клавишу в стиме у меня скриншот-то? Я что-то не помню уже. Настройки. А, F3. Господи. Вот F3. Крутой снимок, конечно. Так. Видео с двумя ручками. Видео представлено с двумя ручками. В реальной жизни такой дизайн ни разу не использовался. Его признали слишком опасным и безрассудно новаторским. Каждый год в нескольких странах казнят тех, кто пытается его реализовать. Да уж. Адское ведро. Репродукция адского ведра, которое так ценилось в средние века, что целые народы шли за него на войну. Люди гибли сотнями тысяч, но один факт остался непреложным. Ни у кого нет власти над ведром. Ведро антистресс, комментарии отсутствуют. Так, ладно. Пещерный рисунок. Мы знаем, что ведра появились раньше людей, но не знаем, насколько раньше. Рисунок изображает древнего человека, который научился использоваться ведром. Обратите внимание, как ведро позволяет себя использовать, признав человечество достойным этого.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Висящее ведро. Экспонат символизирует неизбежную связь ведра и человечества. Мы можем думать, что отлично понимаем ведро, но всегда найдется что-то, чего мы еще не осознали. Это всегда к лучшему. Ничего. А, надо прыгнуть сюда вот. А, надо ведро забрать. Я жду, мне опять придется в этой яму прыгать.
Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Опять раздавила Стэнли как муху поганая. Так, какие у нас там еще концовки-то остались? Более-менее интересные. Так. Ладно. Давайте там вниз по лестнице спустимся, где у нас была концовка безумия. Там у нас безумная концовка была. Давайте спустимся вниз. Посмотрим, что тут интересное есть.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then Something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, it froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. Her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Какой сальто? Что это? Что это за наркомания? Обратно сальто с видовым, что ли? Чё за дичь?
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Обратно сальто с видовым. Зачем Марили обратно сальто? Зачем Марила обратно сальто делает? Еще и с видовым. Зачем Марили вообще видовой, я так не понял.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Так. Давайте сюда вот.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Давайте попробуем эту концовку открыть ради интереса.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Так. Давайте сюда.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Да я не согласен, ты чё? Я не хочу видео уничтожать.
It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and crush. Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Я не собираюсь видео уничтожать, ты чё? Вообще крейзи, ёпта. Я не собираюсь видео уничтожать. Я за видео убью нафиг тут всех.
A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket. bucket of culture and distinction.
Так, где мы еще не были? Давайте тогда еще к телефону сбегаем.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not a direct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the...
Да, давайте еще, да. К телефону сбегаем.
Never mind, the bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it would ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection, that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? No, I'm having feelings. The bucket. Oh, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Так.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Что это?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley...
Раньше этих надписей на мониторах не было. Раньше не было этих надписей на мониторах.
The embrace of an old friend, a withered companionship that stands the test of time.
Так, где мы еще не были? Да ладно. Давайте попробуем отключить тут телефон, попробуем.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it a... Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Тихо.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Тут самое главное не упасть.
Stanley did not
Тут самое главное не
how hard
упасть.
this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it...
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now. Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme. Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke? The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Правую. Че здорово нахуй.
What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Ну харе, ну ты чё?
We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... It's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No, it is a delivery. Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so mental. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. Getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of it. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Так.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-worker.
Давайте теперь...
And constantly need... The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Давайте теперь попробуем побраться ту вентиляцию.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. No, said the bucket.
Вот сюда вот.
Go somewhere else.
Вентиляцию.
Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Попробую в вентиляцию пробраться. Я просто в прошлый раз без вентиляции был. Теперь попробуем... Ой, я в прошлый раз без ведра был. Теперь попробуем с ведром сюда сходить ради интереса.
Sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same.
Я никакой разницы что-то не вижу. Одна и та же запись. Одна и та же запись. Одна и та же запись, ничего не меняется. Что-то... Все одно и то же. Вот, запись одна и та же была, ничего интересного.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Так, туда раньше не пускали с ведром, а сейчас пустят? Или нельзя? Не пускают, видите? Сюда меня не пускают с ведром. Сюда не пускают с ведром. Значит, меньше тут концовок будет, получается, у нас. Так-то. Так-то, ёпта. Так-то. Чё у нас, какие еще концовки у нас остались? Неразгаданные. Да, ну короче, тут других концовок-то таких больше и нету. Потому что все остальные концовки связаны с... То есть там еще, помните, там, когда спрыгиваешь с платформы, то там это... Там это, короче... Кстати, смотрите, на часах это... Примерно 9... А нет, 9:55. 9:55. Да, видите, на игровых часах 9:55, а у меня на часах 9:46. То есть в игре часы спешат на 10 минут. Вот. Помните, там платформа была, и на платформе это... С платформы спрыгиваешь, идешь по мостику направо, и там две двери, синие и красные. Вот, и там тоже там две концовки с этими дверями связаны. А с ведром туда не пускают. То есть уже получается минус 2 концовки, если с ведром проходить. А больше я и не знаю других концовок-то. Вентиляции не меняется. Телефоном я все просмотрел. В левой части с комплексом там и все прошел. Я даже не знаю, что еще можно. Давайте. Давайте попробуем еще раз вниз спуститься на лифте. И попробуем ведро уничтожить. Конечно, его жалко уничтожать ведро, но что ж поделать. Конечно, ведро жалко уничтожать. Ну что ж поделать-то? Что ж поделать-то? Раз поделать. Что ж поделать-то?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, we're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really...
Я не могу видео дать. Я нажимаю Е. Я Е нажимаю, а Стэнли видео к себе прижимает. А Стэнли к себе прижимает это видео. Ну там вот тогда в этой концовке одно и то же будет. Если Стэнли автоматически я нажимаю на Е, а Стэнли ведро к себе прижимает. Не хочет отдавать Не хочет уничтожать видео Стэнли. Да. Но я не знаю, куда еще идти. Спрыгивать с высот мне как-то не хочется. Другие концовки там закрыты, потому что там следов не пускают. Давайте тогда это уже эпилог. У нас еще эпилог открылся после того, как мы собрались фигурки. Так, выйти в меню. Там вроде надо, чтобы открыть эпилог, надо выйти на рабочий стол и с рабочего стола перезапустить. Тогда эпилог откроется. Да ты задолбал своим временем уже. Так, 9 п.м. 10. Подожди, 10 п.м. 10 п.м. Погодите-ка. Ляха-муха. Пока не начал, могу я кое-что сказать. Спасибо, что правильно выставили время оба раза, кто запускали игру. Многие относятся к этому как-то серьезно. Наставляют часы на 12 часов, торопятся дальше. Но есть такое, есть. Такое часто бывает. Вы потратили время, чтобы выставить часы, я это ценю. Это говорит мне о том, что вы играете внимательно, что для вас важны детали. А я ведь даже не знаю, правильное время. А я ведь даже не знаю, правильно ли вы время выставили. Знаете что, давайте договоримся. И я вам так доверяю, что при следующем запуске игры просто выставите на этом экране свое любимое время. Выбирайте любое время, даже если оно неправильно, вы заслужили. А теперь можно вернуться к игре. Эпилог мне откройте. А чё эпилог-то у меня не открыт? Чё за дела? Почему у меня эпилог-то не открыт? У меня эпилог должен был открыться, а чё он не открывается? А у меня эпилог почему-то не открывается. Чё за дела, блять? А у меня эпилог должен был открыться с возвращением. У меня... А чё у меня эпилог-то не открывается? Чё-то я прикола не понял. А чё у меня эпилог-то не открывается? У меня эпилог не открывается. Так у меня не появляется. Сделав, собрав, выйти на рабочий стол и запустите игру. Я что-то прикола не понял. Выйти в меню. На рабочий стол. Ну. И так уже третий раз уже перезапускаю эту игру. У меня это разделы не появляются. Какого-то хрена. Сколько точное время. Давай прямо точное. Мне тут... А почему мне не появляется-то, я не понял. Чё за дела? Почему у меня эпилог-то не появляется? Я что-то не понял. Почему у меня эпилог-то не появляется? У меня эпилог должен был появиться. Но у меня не появляется. Так у меня... Почему у меня не появляется-то эпилог-то? Что-то я не понял. Как эпилог-то получить? Я все правильно сделал, у меня вообще-то эпилог не появляется. Чё за прикол, я не понял. Господи, реклама-то конченая. Пять раз перезапустить. Короче, тут 200 раз его перезапускать надо, пока этот эпилог не появится. Не знаю, на других сайтах с прохождениями об этом вообще ничего не сказано. Капец какой-то. На других сайтах написано с прохождениями просто из игры выйти на рабочий стол, только один раз выйти и перезапустить игру один раз, и все. Тащите ползунок, как пока кошка собака не подружатся. Что это такое? На цифра 9. Мне не поменяется. Оно и так и не меняется. А оно и не меняется. Скрумтыш. Конечно же, скрумтуш. 15 типа звонок. А я перетащил. Я дивергент. Я перетащил ползунок. Конечно, знаю. Да, конечно. Да, нет. Конечно, нет. Что за вопрос? Помогите. Конечно, зайду. Мне же делать нечего. Еще раз выходим на рабочий стол. Блин, игра по жесткому начинает троллить тебя. По ходу дела. Сколько времени? Ничего вести. Кто-нибудь-то знает точно? Разумеется, никто не знает. Незнакомцы. Делать по-другому. Моя работа. И пусть моя работа теперь она окончена. Да ладно. Вся информация собрана, а у вас больше нечего узнать. И все равно я вас не знаю. Вы не знаете меня. И мы не знаем, сколько сейчас времени. Видимо, некоторые настройки не настроить. Но если честно, часы все равно ничего не делают. В следующем запуске игры меня здесь не будет, но это ничего. Видеоигры были созданы для одиночек. Вам ведь нравится одиночество. Возможно, это единственная важная информация о вас. Что ж, мне пора идти. Есть еще одна настройка, которую нужно изменить. Но мне нужно время, чтобы подготовиться. Это не совсем мое описание работы, но это нормально. Возможно, вы увидите меня снова, если вы можете найти меня. Поговорите в ближайшее время. Вот и эпилог наконец-то появился. Давайте эпилог посмотрим. Эпилог. Капитан Очевидность. Много-много лет спустя. Что за пустыня? Опять это пустыня. Мы в этой пустыне уже были, когда зона памяти проходили. Опять это пустыня. Чё за костер? Костер какой-то. Музыка как классно играет. Мне нравится. Вот музыка крутая играет. Мне нравится. Закат, конечно, красивый. Ну вот восход это, наверное, или закат, я не знаю. Восход, наверное. Наверное, восход. Потом эти скриншоты в стиме загружу на общую площадку. Ну, на общий обзор там, да? Чтобы все видели. Стэнли Парабли. В честь Стэнли Парабля. Сюда, что ли? И чего, блять? Ага, сюда вот. Что это такое? Бок Куки 9. Uncompromising Gaming Content. Не обещанный игровой контент какой-то. Недавние посты. Обзор Стэнли Парабля 2. Извините, я не был. Бога Тумач, Сценаров 2. Недавние комменты, архивы. 2027 год, сентябрь. Куки 9. Стэнли Парабля 2. Парабля 2. Парабля 1. Что за бумага? Собака, кот родился. Ученые приняли вид гибрида. Давай. Там еще один какой-то отзыв на эту игру. Что это за кнопки? Name это Джим. Помните Джим? Стэнли Парабля, какой-то отзыв. Какие-то квадратики за место букв. Кнопки-то не флоричат. И что? Это весь эпилог. Что тут делать-то надо? В этом эпилоге-то. Ну, Джим-то я помню. Джима мы походили. Сюда, что ли, идти? О, Стэнли. Чё за изображение? Все-таки разработчик добавил, да? В сиквел имя Стэнли. Да, бывает. А, вот, надо вот сюда идти. Какие-то статуэтки. 20. Что в этой игре происходит, ёпта? Что в этой игре происходит вообще? Разработчик, ты чё курил? Подскажешь, нет? Привет еще раз. Рад вас видеть. Ну как грустно узнать, что больше не будет игр по Стэнли Парабле. Вы читали, что сказали разработчики? Сохранить целостность франшизы. Какая чушь. Стэнли Парабле не священная корова. Ее не надо беречь. К черту целостность. Давайте сделать игры по Стэнли Парабле, пока и солнце не взорвется. Загоним франшизу в могилу, потом воскресим. Что люди подумают, а разве это важно? Это была главная проблема рассказчика. Ему было так важно, что подумают о его творениях. Не повторяйте его ошибку, не цепляйтесь за старое, пусть все горит. Это несложно, давайте я покажу. Мы вместе сделаем Стэнли Парабля 3. Это просто, нужно только поменять номер на заставке. И еще какой-нибудь тупой подзаголовок, громкий и безвкусный. Попробуйте сделать из этого набора слов классное название для нашей игры. Стэнли Парабля 3. Тот самый громадный вторник. Диджериду. Что такое диджериду? Легендарный лазер. Самый лучший скелет, щедрый, там где живет диджериду. Тот самый пистолет. Тот самый пистолет, давай. Стэнли Парабли, тот самый пистолет. Помните, Пука, это круто. С каждым запуском игры мы будем повышать номер сиквела на 1 и добавлять новый подзаголовок. И тогда Stanley Parable не закончится, а в игре при этом вообще ничего не изменится. Над новыми материалами надо работать, кому-то нужно. Материалы будут все те же, снова и снова, просто снова заставкой. Что скажете, как вам такой план? Мне нравится, но и ваше мнение интересно. Да вообще план охуенный. Отлично договорились. Новый сиквел с каждым новым запуском. А знаете, раз вы уж поверили в мою идею, я хочу и вас кое-чем поощрить. Вижу, рассказчик так и не придумал, как выдать вам сломанное достижение, так? Ну конечно, разумеется, он не справился. Мне это тяготит, но мы это исправим. Вот, пожалуйста, теперь машина с достижениями работает. Видите, мы на одной стороне, мы команда. Мы капитаны этого корабля. Стэнли Парабли не закончится, она будет вечно идти по спирали, а я за этим послежу. Я готов, вы готовы? Отлично, у нас осталось всего одно дело. Текущее время. Ну 10, блядь, 18. Ползунок виден. Спасибо, хорошей игры, Стэнли Парабли. Тот самый пистолет. Вы запустили Stanley Parable 3. Тот самый пистолет. Тот самый пистолет. Подстать это... Бип-бип. Настройки. Давайте начать игру. Stanley Parable 3, ёпта. А если я заново игру перезапущу, то там чё? Stanley Parable 4 что ли будет? Или что будет? Кстати, новый контент уже открыт. Давайте с видом тут попробуем походить по новому контенту. Я просто не знаю. Там новая ачивка, там этот автомат. Бля, это говно с самого начала началось. Ну, вообще шикарно. Да, бывает. Это надолго. Это надолго. Это надолго.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Там одна ачивка должна сейчас заработать из-за эпилога.
Oh well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley, I've just now realized. That bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all. Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel? I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order. All right, let's see, it's the jump circle.
Тут уже пусто. Тут нельзя попрыгать никак.
The infinite hole, the giant door, did you see them already? Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be? Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game? Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes. You carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it. I win. I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable. Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you. Clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win.
Так, давайте заново попробуем попасть в новый контент.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Is Stanley without the bucket really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not.
Возвращение в Экспо. Экспо-Холландах, ёпта. Холландах. О, полегче, полегче. Поехали.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or... Well, here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Давайте в комнату с ведром сходим. А оно и так без ведра. Оно и так без ведра.
Wait, there are two buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful.
Второе ведро.
Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Второе ведро. Мы что, два... Они взорвались, что ли? А он мое ведро взорвал. Ну вообще заебись. Блин, он мое ведро взорвал. Нафига ты это сделал? Как я теперь без ведра-то буду жить? Как я теперь без ведра-то буду жить? Мое ведро взорвал. Ёбаный маньяк.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration.
Маньячина.
But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Тут яма находится, это.
Дефига гаммер. Настоящий стример красава. Сидит, играет в хорроры 6 часов.
Так это не хоррор. Это же не хоррор. А симулятор ходьбы.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm
Ну,
truly
спасибо за комплимент.
been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever.
Да я никак закончить не могу.
You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful?
У меня ведро у меня взорвалось. Как я без ведра-то буду реку походить?
You can press the teleport button to
Дофига гаммер. У меня бы на это говно терпения бы не хватило.
Ну мне понравилась игра. Она в Стиме там 485 рублей. 485 рублей стоит в Стиме. Не знаю, я же приобрел лицензию. Мне понравилось. Все равно эта игра в разы лучше, чем вчерашнее говно, которое я походил. Вчерашний хоррор, да, говнище полный. Это же игра в разы лучше. Ну вот. И стоит в разы дешевле, чем современные ААА игры. Да, за 2 косаря, за 3 косаря.
I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me? Maybe you're the problem.
Ну, музыка в игре мне понравилась. Музыка крутая в игре. Саундтрек крутой. Вот. Оптимизация отличная игры. Оптимизация игры отличная. Ничего не лагает, не фризит, не тормозит. Все гладко идет.
Would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. Admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole. I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing with... Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Просто не было... И мне просто интересно, ведро вернется ко мне или нет. Если ко мне ведро вернется, ведро возродится, тогда там еще одна концовка имеется. Вот. А если ведро не вернется, то значит будем заканчивать уже. Да я не могу прыгать.
Obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the teleport button not working? Well, I mean...
Конечно, я уверен. Ёпта. Уверен, все 100%. Давай. Зафак.
Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, you get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of the day.
Сейчас в этой яме столько времени я углохаю, в этой яме находясь. Вот за это время, находясь в яме, я мог все остальные локации пройти в этой зоне. Капец. Сейчас я падать буду минут 5, наверное, если не меньше. И это никак нельзя, пропустить нельзя.
Stanley? 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 Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dream. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Так. Да. Так, видео вы мне отдать-то не хотите никак. Отдайте мне видео. Видите, видео там взорвано. Так, в яме мы были, это имя Джимми, я помню. Скриншоты мы были тут в зоне скриншотов. Давайте имя Джимми.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and... Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says a name. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal. I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Коллекционки. Вот эта зона, почему она заперта? Я и так не понял, почему эта зона заперта. Хотя должна быть открыта. Так, тут мы... No screenshots. Тут мы были. Где мы еще не были? А вот это, да, автомат по ачивкам. Он теперь должен заработать.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Получено на достижение тестовое достижение. Не трогать. Да, получил, ёпта. Получил.
Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Ну все. Мы ачивку получили в Стиме. Можно уходить отсюда. Jump circle у меня не получится получить никак.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh wait, you already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Вышел из струя. Уже все собрал. Тогда ладно. Ну все, тут мне больше нечего собирать. Можно уходить из этой зоны.
Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe. What does it even mean? But all right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Ну, конечно, можем, ёпта. Конечно, можем. Ты мне ведро-то вернешь или как? Ты мне ведро-то вернешь или чё, или как?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my... It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Ты мне видео-то отдашь или нет? Мне бы сейчас бы видео бы получить, да и там еще одну концовку пройти. Видео отдали. Но контент почему-то все еще открыт. Странно. Ну, контент почему-то открыт, хотя должен быть заперт. Ну ладно. Давайте еще эту концовку с тем кабинетом начальника закончим. Мы пойдем и все. Будем заканчивать с этой игрой. Что тут у нас? Там мы были. Давайте, может быть, сюда зайдем. Посмотрим, что тут интересное есть. Тут ничего интересного. Там ничего интересного нету.
To discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct way by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Сейчас побыстро. Вот это вот еще тут какая-то новая концовка с этим видео. Попробуем ее получить.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Давайте попробуем.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator. Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again? No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet, not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Happiness, ёпта.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close, they'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Три. На сцену.
This was it.
Три. Везде тройки.
Opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. there would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Ну и чего?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
Ну, в общем, чё?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Видео тут стоит. Ну, в общем, другие концовки там тоже имеются с этим ведром. Ну, я не хочу их выполнять. Там что у нас? С ведром можно в пропасть, можно спрыгнуть. Посмотреть, что будет. Вот. Ну, там еще, может быть, еще какие-нибудь другие концовки есть. Не знаю, которые я уже не помню какие. Ну, там, где мостик и красный, синяя дверь, меня туда не пускают. Потому что там, где две двери красные, синие, меня туда не пускают из-за ведра. С ведром туда не пускают. Уже получается минус 2 концовки. Ну, вот. К сожалению, да. К сожалению. Вот. Другие концовки я не знаю. Какие тут еще есть ведром. Не знаю. Что тут у нас еще? Ну, тут какой-то новый контент. Тут я уже был в новом контенте, я не знаю. Что здесь еще может появиться в новом контенте. Только 2 раза новый контент открывался. Здесь почему-то 3 раза дверь открыта, не знаю почему. Почему-то дверь 3 раза открыта, а почему так 2 раза всегда только было. Почему 3 раза?
I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing his ultra deluxe version
Попустить-то нельзя, что ли? Ай, блин.
Get this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further, which is why.
Но это уже было, я уже тут уже был. Чего мне по 10 раз одно и то же переигрывать? Смысл какой? Да нет никакого смысла. Ну, в общем, блядь. Ну, так-то больше ничего такого интересного тут нету. Ну, вот. Можно попробовать Можно попробовать с ведром спрыгнуть отсюда. Помните, тут можно было забраться и можно было спрыгнуть. Так, то есть только надо мазафака. Тут и от спида сдохла. Тут можно было сигануть с этого окна. Давайте попробуем вместе с ведром это сделать. Если у меня получится. Если у меня получится это сделать. Вот так вот.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more, There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket?
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Ну и дичь. Ну и дичь.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Давайте еще попробуем спрыгнуть
To go to the meeting room.
с этим видео.
The bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love that bucket.
Давайте попробуем спрыгнуть
The bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
с этим видео с той платформы.
Telling him
Потому что я не знаю, что еще делать с этим видео.
had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices? It's true. You can fall on a bucket from literally any height and survive.
Блять.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Ну, больше я не знаю концовок. Я больше других концовок не знаю. Ну, в общем, такая вот игра получилась, ёпта. Естественно, мне игра понравилась. Да, игра понравилась. Естественно, пришлось смотреть подсказки на других сайтах. Пришлось смотреть руководство по прохождению других концовок, потому что это тут без руководства, без подсказок чужих. Тут не пройти игру, потому что нормальный человек не сможет самостоятельно все тут концовки найти, их разгадать, их получить. Вот. Вот, ёпта, вот. А так, да, в принципе, мне игра понравилась. Тем более, оригинальная игра в 2014 году вышла, а я в 2013 году, когда она вышла, я ее даже не проходил, Я ее даже не проходил. Я так чуть-чуть видел прохождение на ютубе других летсплейщиков, других стримеров, но полностью не смотрел. А сейчас хоть, да, смог приобрести ее в Стиме, да и полностью пройти. Вот. Ну, в общем, советую купить в Стиме. Она мало стоит, игра дешевая. Всего 490 рублей. Вот. Ну, игра крутая, не спорю. Ну что, всем спасибо за просмотр. Ставьте лайки, комментируйте, подписывайтесь на Twitch и YouTube канал. Всем спасибо за полное внимание прохождения этой игры. Всем удачи, до скорой встречи.